Hello, everybody, and good morning. It's me, Tonic TZW. And if you have PlayStation Plus, there is this really cool little game in here called Far Changing Tides. Now, I've actually played through this a couple of times because I enjoyed it so much. And so I thought I'd kick up a new game and we do a couple of streams, maybe play halfway through and then do another stream another time to finish off the second half. But we'll see how far we can get through it in the time we've got. I've got a fresh cup of tea. I have got my phone with me, so I'll open up my YouTube app. I'm not expecting many people to be dropping in on this stream because A, it's not World of Warships Legends, and B, it's Friday and it's daytime, so there's lots of people on a different side of the world that are awake now, rather than, or rather, most of the audience from around the world will probably be asleep because those in the UK will be at work as well. But let's get into a new game and I'll talk through the game as we play. So, from what I can see is the backstory of this, the world has been destroyed and flooded, and our character starts by being dropped into the water. And so obviously the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get back up to the surface, and it's a very educative and informative process of learning the mechanics and the control of the game. The graphically, it's beautiful. It amazed me. It looks like it is obviously like a 3D game, but if you think about it as a side-scrolling platform adventure, because although the game does have depth to it, you actually just go in one direction, or rather two directions, because later in the game, instead of going left to right, we will go right to left. So a little bit of a tutorial here, teaching us what the controls are. And as I said, the visuals on this game are unbelievable, and you gotta give some congratulations to the team who developed this, because it is absolutely fantastic. It was a pleasure to play through the first two times, and I thought it was worth sharing on the channel. And as I said, if you're a PlayStation Plus member, it is completely free. So if you fancy something that's a little bit more relaxing, then this is a game for you. So what we're looking for is our ship. But this first stage of the game is all about teaching us movement and controls. And you see here, as we go into the building, it cuts away, and then we get the first few little puzzles to teach us how to play. So here we've got a button above our head. Obviously we can't jump up and hit it, but you'll see there's a blue handle here on this crate. If we press square, we can grab a hold of that crate, and then using the direction button we can drag it. Action button again to release it, jump up, and we get an open window. Now again, we can't jump up high enough to get out of that, so what we can do is drag the crate, or even push the crate back across to the window to give us the height that we need to drop out again. So here we're going to swim down through the building and come out of the other side. So here we go again, we've got something highlighted in blue, action button, pull the door open, and then we can go inside. There is a ladder, so we've got to jump up, hit that ladder, and then jump up, hit that ladder, get into this building here. Up. Now one thing I will say is you can fall from a very high height, and you might actually plant your face into the ground, but you won't hurt yourself. So there we go, nothing there. This is a plant, and there is an achievement for this plant, so we'll take the plant with us. We can just drop it for the moment, stick it on the floor, and we'll grab a hold of this box, repeating the process that we did before to try and... oh, we got to grab that. So grab the action button, drag it across to this hook. You'll see that the door is opened, and if your action button on the eye there, it will hold that open. So where's our plant gone? There we go, we've got our plant again. We get out of the window, and somewhere near the start of the game, we'll find ourselves a ship. So here we go. But just look at the visuals on this. It is fantastic. So we'll keep swimming with our plant on our back, and we will eventually get to our ship. Some of the parts in between do seem a little bit prolonged, like there's no reason why we need to swim a quarter of a mile there to get to this bit. It could have been a little bit closer, but here we go. So we've got a door there. We're going to drop our plant. Now we need a way to open that door, so let's get ourselves underwater, and here we have a pipe. Okay, so we get up into the pipe, we're going to drop down, and we enter a building. Now there's a switch there, but we can't activate it, and so here we get another one of the game mechanics. This is a pump. It's also a hose as well, and depending on which way this lever goes will depend on the action that this does. So if we jump up and grab it, you'll see that with the lever that way, we are spraying water. Now we can hold on to that, select the lever and pull it the other way, which will turn it into a vacuum. So we can now suck the water out of this room down here. Bum, 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 there we go. Action button to release the hose, it'll wind back in, and now we can click that button. And this is where I panicked the first time, because I thought, am I going to get squashed here? But no, the little guy there is about as confused as I was, because he gets himself a diving suit. So now we've got an open door. Let's climb the ladder. The hatch opens and we get washed down and flooded out, but don't panic, because you can stay underwater, as far as I can see and as far as I've experienced in the game, for as long as you like, and this will help you also swim a little bit quicker. So here we go, the door is now opening. There are little puzzles like this all the way through the game, and to be frank, they're quite enjoyable and taxing at times. Let's have a look here. So we've got a ladder that we can't reach, so we will swim, and that little suit makes us go a little bit faster. And if we come underwater, we'll see that there is a platform there which we can grab and pull it out from underneath the debris, and it will float to the surface. So now we grab a hold of it and we will pull it into position under the ladder, and now we should be able to climb up to the top. And here we have our ship. So there we go. Now we can't do anything with this plant for the time being, so we're going to drop it. And what we need to do is to set sail, I think. So let's get up onto our ship. We can't do anything yet from there, so As I said earlier, everything that you can interact with has a little blue glow around it. So we will jump on top, if I can, this little button here, and this will activate our ship as a sailboat. There we go. We are into the water. So now to put our sail up, we have to push this in. That will raise the mast. And now we need to climb the mast all the way to the top. And as we did with the earlier mechanic with the hook, we need to grab the hook, drop down, and attach it to the loop. And then the levers become accessible. Now you'll notice that up there at the front of the ship there is a little flag which indicates the strength that the wind is blowing, and if we grab a hold of the levers once we're clear of the doors, we can move the angle of the sail, and you will see that that little flag will go up to the blue area, and that will show us that we are getting the best performance out of the sail. If you drag it back so that you're not catching as much wind, you'll see it will drop down again. So you can keep moving this sail to make sure that you stay in the blue region at the top to get the best performance out of your sails. And you also get those nice little wind animations behind the sail. So here we go, it's dropping down, so we adjust the sail, pull it back to the top. Now you don't have to keep hold of this, you can release the action button, but every so often the wind does change, so you may need to adjust the sail to make sure you're getting the best out of the wind. Now using the two shoulder buttons, you can zoom out and zoom in. Sorry, the two trigger buttons. The left shoulder button allows you to move down and look underwater a little bit later in the game. There we go, flag's moving again, so let's adjust it. We need it to go up, not that direction, we need to go the other direction. There you go, so we get the best out of these sails here. Try and keep it in that blue area at the top. And we'll eventually get to our first puzzle. Now I do have my cup of tea handy, and I am going to drink it. So if I do slurp, because it is very hot, please excuse me. Oh, sorry, just clipped this side of the building there, so we'll just protect our sail a little bit. And there we go, we've damaged the sail, so what we're going to need to do is jump up on top and push that back down again to activate it. And then adjust our sail to get us moving again. Now it looks like there's a bridge here, so just if you click that button again, is it going to fold or is it going to push us down? I think I should have folded the sail then, because I've damaged it a little bit, which isn't the best thing to do. But can we get our sail active again once we're underneath the bridge? There is the mast going up. And we will be able to repair this at some point, and I'll show you how to do that. I forgot that what I need to do to release the sail, I'll show you here. But to drop the sail, you first need to release the hook, and then click the button, and that will drop the mast. Like that. So that's what I should have done before I went under the bridge. But we'll get our mast back up. There we go. We'll get up our ladder and we shall unfurl our sails. Oops. Back up the ladder. There we go. Unfurl our sails and we'll get the sails out to give us some speed. So left trigger, we can look underwater, and as you can see the entire landscape is flooded and desolate. So was it an ice age? Was it a nuclear cataclysm? that caused the global ice caps to melt and flood the planet. Let's see if we can get that flag back up. We need to go this way. Come on, because its damage is moving a little bit slower than normal. But we'll pick up that wind. It's been a little bit fiddly. Come on, where's the wind at? Not that direction. And here is our first puzzle. So we'll drop the mast and we shall go into our first puzzle. So into the building. So we've got a number of levers here. We've got what looks to be like a sledge or a set of forks. We can't jump up there. The forks wouldn't give us enough height. And so what we're going to do is we're going to push the forks down here underneath this because it's like a sawmill. And we need to pick ourselves up a log. So we're going to grab these levers and move this log through to the middle section where it can be cut. Hit the button. And we get ourselves a log. So we can now drag that all the way back. We're obviously super strong, even for how small we are. And up there is a repair box. So we're going to jump up, get the repair box, and you'll see that it has a number of small segments on it. That's the number of times that the box can be used. So we're just going to drop it here for now because we need to move this chute out of the way here. And to do that we're going to need to activate this lever. So we'll move that sledge out of the way first. Grab the lever. And there we go. It short circuits. We get a few sparks and a little bit of smoke. So we'll pick up our repair box and just stand beside it. And that will be repaired. So now we push the lever again and that will move it out of the way. So we release the levers, we grab our repair box, and can we get down this way? I thought that we could. I'm sure we can. Or do we need to go back to the ship? Here we go, back to the ship. And now we can repair our ship as well. There you go, that is the ship repaired. And these things you will need to keep a hold of. So we'll just drop that in here with our plant. And once we're through and underneath here, we will get our mast up and then we shall set sail again. So let's just see what's going on. That should be about clear. Yep, there we go. Mast is up. Oops, I keep releasing before I get to the top. Here we go. Let's attach that there and let's get our sails up again. There we go, 2 sails up now. The little white flag is all the way at the top in the blue section. And as I said, the wind does change direction every now and then, so you need to keep adjusting your sail to make sure you're making best speed. Let's have a look underwater. But this is a very relaxing game to play. And it's a lot less stressful than playing World of Warships Legends, to be honest. Right, the wind is dropping, so let's adjust our sails. Now, the wind has dropped completely. Let's have a look. Moving back, there we go, we got the wind again. I can't sail a boat in real life, so this was a bit of a challenge for me to get right. Which way do we need to go? Forwards. Let's keep it up there. But there is apparently a prequel to this game, but I didn't remember to look at what it's called before I started the stream. So we'll just keep sailing until we get to the next checkpoint. The game doesn't seem very involved at the start. It seems to be more about you getting used to the mechanics of the game and of sailing your ship, and it does get a little bit more complicated later into the game. There's much more to do. Let's keep those sails up there. So, sailing through the wreckage of a town, we need to perhaps put the sail away a little bit just while we go past that building. I don't know if it's possible to actually break the sail beyond repair, but I have bumped it off a few things as I've been playing the game. There we go. There we go. Let's keep that little white flag at the front. Up into the blue section. Say, given that the game is pretty much a straightforward left to right platform game, the scenery that they've created and the beauty of the graphics is phenomenal. And to get access to a game for free that it is as calming and relaxing, but at the same time just challenging enough to keep your brain working, is absolutely wonderful. So thanks to PlayStation for giving us. This is called, it's in the title, what was it called? Far? It's free on PlayStation Plus. If you look at the title of the stream, the name of the game is in this stream title, and it's a little left to right scrolling platform game that's absolutely beautiful in its simplicity to play. Oh goodness, there's an earthquake. But it is really fun. There's some good little puzzles as you play through the game. And it's an adventure, but I'm hoping that we're going to reach a point where we've got another puzzle soon. I don't think we're far off. You can't look too far ahead or too far back. That's the thing. It's a bit limited in that. I think if the screen was a bit more open up. Let's put our mast down. There we go. See, we hit our mast again. But I think we managed to save it this time. So we're going to come to a stop here, and what have we got? We've got something blocking the way. Oh, and this was quite a tricky puzzle the first time I played it. So we need to get past this. So we're going to jump in the water, and we're going to swim underneath this wreckage. And there's a platform there that we're going to need. In fact, we'll push it rather than pull it. We're going to need this platform to get across here. So it's a bit like an old abandoned train station, this place. Can we jump that? Yes, we can. So we swim through, and we've got a ladder to get up. And this confused me a little bit because I didn't know what to do, but this is fuel, and there's various items around the game that constitute fuel. They're normally laid in little batches of 3 or 4, and we need to put the fuel into there. So it's just the action button to drop it in there, but then to light the furnace we need to hit the button and then jump up and down on this platform, which is a bellows, and that will raise us up. There we go. Now, I did explore around here the first time, and I did find some fuel somewhere. Where did I find the fuel? Was it up here? Let's have a look. Here we go. Yes, there's some fuel in here. So what we can do, and this is again a learning mechanic in the game, there's some hooks here, and you can take stuff off and put stuff on those hooks. So we'll hook things up to there. We'll also take this, and what we'll do is we'll keep hold of it for the time being, just there. And if we hit the button, 2, 3, we'll see that this stuff goes along and it gets dropped down into the engine. So we can take this one and we can drop down into the engine again, and again we've got a lever there, so we'll put 1 block of fuel in, we will start it up, we'll get it burning. There we go, we've got some steam up, we can see the little needle there moving, so there's the little needle there that moves, and then we've got a lever, we've got a steam engine on the go, so let's get some forward momentum. And if we keep pumping that, we keep the needle showing us that we've got power, and if we look along the edge we'll eventually get to a trailer that we can hitch up on. In fact, we can move close to the train, but there we go, there's a trailer. So let's get back on our train, and we're going to hitch up to that, but at the same time we're going to grab this extra bit of fuel here, so we'll just stick that there. Looks like there's a couple of other bits there as well. There we go. And we're also going to switch direction on our engine and head back in the opposite direction, and we'll just give it a bit more steam just to get that moving, because you'll notice that across here we have got a button, but the button does nothing because the door can't open. But have we got any more fuel here? No, we haven't. But we will eventually get to the spot. We'll stick something else in there just to keep it going. Slowest steam train in the world, probably still faster than some services around the United Kingdom, which certainly isn't as impressive as Japanese train times, where they apologise if it's a few seconds late. So here we go, keep going. Full steam ahead, Captain. There we go, that's maximum power now. And where are we going to get to? There we go, and now you will see that there's a little hatch opened underneath there, so if we follow that hook down, it's going to drop us a new feature for our ship slash submarine. But while we're there, what we'll do is we'll get all of this fuel, because we're going to need it, and we will just drop it down there into the water. So let's get all of this stuff here, drop it. We're also going to have a look in front of the train to see if there's anything else there. Oh. So let's go across here. Oh look, we've got more fuel. So it's always good to have a little bit of exploration around the map to find things that could be of use to you. Let's get that last bundle before we drop it all down. Yeah, I'm just having a chill day. I've got stuff to do later, but I'm having a chill day today, a non-working day, and I thought that, you know, I would show people this game because I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I'd strongly recommend giving it a play. You know, if you do want to cheat, you know, you can come back and watch the stream as it plays through. Bum, bum. Have we got many more? 2 more? Here we go. 1, 2. There we go. And we'll follow that down, why not? There we go. So here we are on our ship, and as I said, let's move some of this out of the way. At certain stages of the game, you get a module added to your ship. If you look down on the side of the ship, you'll see there's already a blue thing there that looks like a crosshead screw. But if I jump on top of this one, up, something else happens, and that is a steam engine. So the first thing we're going to need to do is to get all of this fuel in, because steam engines need fuel. So is it going to automatically push us forwards? So let's get all of this inside of our boat first of all, because we don't want it falling away. We can hear the steam puffing away at the moment. Can we get in the front, or are we too close? No, we can get in the front as well. There we go. This will make it quicker. Tiny little airlocks for a tiny little man. Oops. Now I want to drop it. Drop it. There we go. How many more have we got? Just the one. There we go. Right, so as per the previous mechanic of the game, we've got these hooks there, which we can, if we can jump right, we can attach things to, because it's an automated feeder system for the furnace. Let's get that one up there. And then we also have a couple of spare, oh, I didn't mean to do that, a couple of spare hooks for some other bits. Let's just open that and grab that box, because there is a little hatch that you can dive out of here. And don't worry about falling off your boat, because there are ladders front and rear that will help you get back onto it. So lots of fuel here, so we're going to put some into the furnace. Now if you zoom in here, you'll see that that thing has a button above us and a little hook. So if you hit that button there, what it will do is feed either one of these into the Did I just put the plant into the fire? I didn't mean to do that. That was the wrong one, because there is an achievement for the plant. Yeah, we'll come back to that, I think. Or can I load? Where do we load from? Can we load from there? Because I didn't want to burn the plant, because I wanted to show you something with the plant. So let's just quickly skip back. There are autosaves on this, and they are at appropriate times. So let's just get this stuff in here again quickly and make up for that mistake that we just made, because we don't want to burn the plant. Get all of our fuel. And one last package there. So again, let's go stick this onto the hooks. Bit difficult to see where everything is there, but I'm sure we can manage. There we go, and we will take one of these up with us. There are various ways around your vessel. We've got fuel there, look, we've got fuel here. So the plant is what I want to keep safe, not to burn. And I'll explain why in a little while. Now, just to go through the controls, you see there that we hit the little button there. And as I said, that hook will feed in fuel from down here. And then you get an empty hook, which you can attach another parcel through, or you can pick up something and you can use the action button and drop it straight into the furnace there. So we'll demonstrate that shortly. There are other controls. We have another hose here, which if you use the lever, you can see squirts water. Or if you switch it in the opposite direction, it obviously creates a vacuum. This lever here, if we zoom in, you can see gives you the speed forwards and backwards. You have an indicator here to show you how much steam or how much power you've got. This is the boiler, and it has a thermometer gauge on it which will tell you if it's getting too hot. So we want to have forward speed, and we want to light the furnace by clicking the button, and then we want to pump some air into the bellows. There we go. Now you'll see that the thermometer starts increasing on the boiler. Now if that gets too hot, what you need to do is to turn your hose on, jump up and grab it, and then spray some water onto your boiler, and you'll see that it cools down. And then just action button to release. And as your fuel burns and the boiler cools, your power will gradually decrease. So you don't always have to be in the blue part. We'll get to that a little bit later on in the game about how that can be used. So we're quite happy with the speed we've got. Let's have a look. We are sailing along at a fair rate of knots. So the fuel is getting low, so as I said, you can directly put fuel into the furnace like that, and then we'll give it another couple of pumps of the bellows just to keep us going forward. Now the faster and longer you go, the faster the thermometer and the boiler will rise in temperature. We have got our little repair can down here, so if it does break, we can fix it. let's just keep going. He seems quite happy. So what we'll do again, just to demonstrate, we run hose, jump and grab, jump over, and we cool the boiler, and then release, and then we can put a bit more power into the engine. So now we're on to a bit of ship's maintenance, how to keep the ship running and fueled. But where will we get to next? That's the thing. As I said, sometimes it's worth looking underwater, because occasionally there'll be little items on the seabed that you can use to fuel the ship. Now if you go off the ship and it gets too far ahead, then it will stop. So let's just use that to put some more fuel in. Oh, we don't need to pump too much. We have reached a stop on our adventure. And why has my controller suddenly stopped working? There we go. So let's go see what we have in front of us. Do we need to barge through this stuff? Let's get some steam up. See if we can push it out of the way. No, we can't. So it's blocking our way. So let's get underwater and see what we can do to get this out of the way. We can swim underneath it. There's a handle there. Oh look, here we go. Here's some items that we can use for fuel, so we can take these back up to the boat. So let's attach that one there, and then click the button to drop out of the hatch again. Two more, there's one, or are there three more? So we collect our fuel to start before we do the puzzle. But we can see that there is a blue handle on the other side. Now we obviously can't swim under this way to get to that blue handle, so we're going to have to go about it another way, which means going over the top. If I can grab a hold of that stuff. Can we get a hold of it? There we go. And we can propel ourselves through the water. We'll leave that one. Let's see if we can grab the last one. Get it? Yes, we've got it. There we go. There we go. Right. Can we get out to the front of the ship here? Here we go. So out of the front of the ship, oh, we've got more fuel, but it's also a light. So we'll just dump that in there for now. And we'll get ourselves across the top, under the water, and we will grasp, and then we will pull that out of the way, causing the tower to topple over, and we will swim out of the way of that, I think, and let it fall. And that should give us, I did think you could pick up that treasure map, or it looks like a treasure map, but you can't. So let's get back up. Can we get round? Here we go. So we've got lots of fuel now. Let's get back up here. Let's get the engine started. Full steam ahead, Captain. Just enjoying a sip of my tea. All the while you're using steam power, just be sure to keep an eye on that temperature gauge, and if necessary, just give the boiler a bit of a cool down. Let's have a look underwater. Nothing underwater for us. So let's drop down, we'll get some of this other stuff. We'll just attach it to the hooks while we're waiting. We may as well take another package upstairs to feed directly into the boiler. You'll see that as we play through the game, the landscape and the vistas change. It's all very artistically done, and as I said, it was an absolutely pleasure to play, just to see everything that had gone into it. It's so simple, the gameplay. It doesn't require a genius to solve the puzzles, and it is literally a journey of peace. Go. Where are we getting to? It looks like we're going through somewhere like the Grand Canyon. I said it's disappointing that the outward zoom is limited, because it would be really nice to look around a little bit more. Oh, here we go. It looks like there's another earthquake. We've got rocks falling. Go get ourselves another package. Is there any there? No. Let's get one of these. Add some fuel. Keep that head of steam up. Are we going to fit under there? Just. Bridges and houses. We must be getting close to another puzzle. Let's just have a quick check underwater, make sure there's nothing under there that we could use. Full steam ahead, Captain. The thing, by keeping it a sort of constant speed, you can stop the boiler from overheating, so you don't need to keep using the hose. So if we go up and start running at maximum speed here, you'll see that the boiler very quickly increases in temperature, and we've beached. Let's just cool the boiler down. Don't want it exploding. And it looks like there's a dam here. Something is coming, but what is it? It looks like a dam has burst and the water is streaming down towards us. Darkness. And our boat is looking a little bit trashed. I thought, how am I supposed to complete this journey with a broken boat? What do I do now? We have fuel here, but it's not all the fuel that I started with. So let's drop this in here. Keep our plant safe. Let's go back for that other box. Come on, can we jump up? Here we go. Let's just drop this down here. Now, what do we do? Do we swim forwards? I think we may have gone too far. Oh, there's another repair box down there. I can see it. So we just move this stuff away from the hatch because we don't want it falling out. So repair boxes are hard to come by. They are sufficient to get you through the game. So you can afford to make a few mistakes. But let's take some fuel up and get ahead of steam up. There we go, look, our engine is broken again and our boiler is broken, so we're going to need one of these repair boxes. And as you can see here, you've got one that's full and the one we've already used has got some segments missing. So we will take the used one up. We will repair our furnace. We will repair our boiler. There we go. We shall light our furnace and we will get a head of steam up again and get moving. Let's just go stick some stuff up on the hooks to keep us fueled along our journey. Where's our plant? That's our plant. We need to keep hold of that. There we go, keeping an eye on the engine. We'll have a look underwater. Still nothing there. Now there are a number of containers which are on the bottom of the sea at various stages of this game, and there is an achievement. I think there are 7 containers in total, but there's an achievement for collecting 6 on a single journey through the game. Now I keep forgetting to pick them up, or I keep forgetting what their locations are, but we'll see if we can pick up a few along the way. Let's just cool that boiler down. Now, full steam ahead. Have a quick look underwater. You can also, if you reach a stopping point, you can put the furnace out using the hose, but we won't do that just yet. If we get to a stop point and we can't progress, I'll perhaps demonstrate how to do that. Oh, but look, our sail is also broken up there at the top, so while we're full steam ahead, let's get up there and repair that. It obviously took some damage, so there we go, just standing beside it, and it'll repair itself. Just keep that in there. We'll just see how long this fuel lasts for us. Cool the boiler. We're out of fuel, so pop the button, feed some in, light it, and keep going. Now I haven't actually done a test to see if the faster you go, the quicker the fuel burns. It would be an interesting mechanic in the game, because there is an achievement for finishing the game in a certain amount of time. So whether or not you need to do steam power or sail power or both at the same time, I don't know, but I'll be sure to try and go for platinum achievements on this at some point. But it looks like we may be getting to a puzzle stage. Here we go. So we've got a door which is going to stop us. So just to save the bit of fuel that's in there, we're going to put the fire out. There we go. So, if you excuse me for one moment, just while I grab myself a biscuit and have a quick comfort break, and I'll be right back. Right, here we go. So we're at a puzzle stage, so let's get out here and see what we can do to solve it. Ba-bum, there is a platform up there, but we can't reach it. But we know there's a ladder on our mast, so we'll get ourselves up there and see what we can do. I seem to recall this one was a lot of climbing. So here we go. We have got a ladder we can't reach, but we do have a crate. So let's drag the crate. And look, there's an attachment for our boat down there. So we need to somehow get that onto our boat. As I said, the puzzles on this can be challenging at times, but mostly they're intuitive, and you will be able to figure it out as you go along. Like here, the stairs are missing the bottom stairs, so you just walk underneath it, so you've got to jump over it. And here we have got a button and then levers. Right, there's a button there. I can't remember what this one does. Ah, it calls the lift again. Okay. So let's go all the way to the top. Was that the right way? A ladder. But this is not correct because this has to fall there we go. So here we go. Pull this and that will move our ladder into position. So if we hit that, it'll drop it to just where we can get onto it. Now we can go up again. So for those people that are watching that might have not been past the channel before, because normally I play World of Warships Legends, you are able to donate to the channel. You could do a super chat tip. No, we've fallen. Right, we have a repair kit. We have something that's broken down here. What is it? Let's repair it. We'll keep a hold of that. Can we go up or do we only go down? Okay, let's go down. And while we're going down, I'm going to open a Kit Kat. So please excuse me for a moment while I crunch on a biscuit. Okay, so let's keep a hold of this repair can, just in case we need it. We've got a switch down here, which is going to open the roller door. And our existing ship is going to come floating into this harbour area. And I believe a little trapdoor opens here when the ship gets into position. There we go. Right, so we've got 2 levers and we've got a button. Now what we need to do is, there are 2 lights here, and if we look, there are 2 cranes or 2 winches attached to the boat. So what we need to do, there we go, we get 1 light on there. So I think we're just leveling it up. Let's see if we can. Oh, we need to get it right. Not quite in the right position. There we go, 2 lights. We've got 2 lights on, which means that the boat is in the right position. So if we press the button now, we get a new attachment to our ship. There we go. Now I can show you what we can do with the flower. But we also need to open the gate in front of us. So here we go. We can drop all the way down and splat off the boat. Before we move, hiya Alpha, where's my flower gone? It's down here. There we go. If you want to go for the achievements on this one, if you do this next bit, you will get an achievement for planting the flower. I've already got the achievement, so there we go. And what you can also do, and you'll need to do this to help the flower to grow. If you remember that we have the hose here, you will be able, hang on if I get my jumps right, to water the flower. And this little thing here will open your sunroof to let your flower get some sunshine. So let's just populate our hooks again. Because we have extra hooks available now up here. So what we'll do, if we drop down there, I'll put that in there. No, we can't put it in there yet because we can't move. What we need to do is open the door in front of us. Now you'll see that this boat has an attachment on it, which has a crane. It's very simple, forwards to go down, and then pull backwards to come up. Now, as I said, there are, here we go. We'll get a hold of that hook. There are containers hidden throughout the map on the bottom of the sea. And if you attach your hook to that container, did it attach? Yep, there we go. We can come back up to the surface. Is it gonna, no, it's not going to let me climb up that ladder yet. So we'll go up this one. And then if we wind that back in, we will get ourselves a few little goodies. Here it comes. It'll automatically break open, and yeah, we get one item that constitutes a fuel. But we need to get this other door open, so let's get back underwater and have a look at what we can see. Because I can't actually remember now how to open this door, whether or not it's just full steam ahead now. Yeah, are we gonna... We're not going to break it down. We are missing something. We need to get that door open. Can I jump back across there? No, I can't. Right, we're going to leave this, drop the sail. I think I've missed something back here in regards to this, or is there something on the bottom of the ocean that I've missed? Perhaps. No, there's definitely nothing on the bottom. The thing is, I can't climb back up there either. What have I missed? I might have to redo this bit, you know. Because I think I've missed a bit. This is confusing now. I've played this game through twice. So I am going to load this bit from here. I'm going to do this again. I've missed something completely. And how I've missed it, I don't know. But let's do this again. Because I need to open the door that's in front of the boat. The good thing is, having done the puzzle a couple of times, it's quicker and easier. It's maybe because I haven't had enough Kit Kats to eat today. I know what I've missed. I know what I've missed now. We go up here, we do this, we do that to get the master move. We go back down, we call the lift. We go back up and we climb. There is a push switch, I'm sure, somewhere in here that I missed, that I should have done before I dropped back down to the boat. But it's not there. So we'll go back down here, repair this. Can't believe he's using a welding torch without welding goggles. We can't go up, so we must go down again and enjoy the ride. This little ride on the elevator also gives you one of the in-game trophies for observing the murals on the wall of your ancestors. See, I can see that there's like sparks flying up from across there to the right, which means that something needs to be repaired. So once our boat is in position, we'll do that first. There's one light, two lights. Question is, what have I missed here? There's something that I have missed. Because we have our boat section. We can drop our hook. And we can bring it up. That's what I missed. Look, that button there that the chest was blocking. So we'll get our stuff off the chest, we'll plant our flower, we'll go click the button. So there's our fuel. We may as well stick that straight in there. We can get our plant. And we can plant our plant. We'll open the sunroof. May as well stick our repair container up there. We'll give the plant a little bit of water. If I can get my jumps right again. There we go. Get some water on the plant. And now we'll go down under the water and click that button if we can, which should, there we go, open the far gate. I knew I was missing something there. So now we should be able to light our engines, get some steam up, and get out of here. So we are moving again. Now we get something else shortly where we can turn the ship into a submarine. The weather's getting quite stormy, so we're not going to use our sails because we may risk breaking them. little bit more fuel for the fire, and I think we should cool the boiler. Nothing on the bottom of the sea for us yet. It looks to be the open ocean. Torsten, you say that, but you'd be surprised when you consider that I'm kind of blue. The red team is actually at the end of the game, so pretty much at the back of the map, like they are in World of Warships Legends. Trying to enjoy a Kit Kat without crunching down the microphone, so I have to keep muting my microphone while I eat my Kit Kat. I said this is the only slow thing about the game, is these long interludes between the puzzles. It's almost like you're being forced to play like the inside the ship game of fuel and cooling and watering the plant. I'm surprised that running a hose pipe isn't filling the whole boat with water, but I guess it's special quick evaporating water. Let's keep that head of steam up, and we'll keep our fuel hooks filled as well, so we can just keep feeding it in. Oh, we're coming to a stop. Nope, we've run out of fuel. I thought we made it in time. No, we're out. It's not letting us put any more in, which means that it wants us to sail. So let's get the sails up. Mast up. Let's get up the ladder and grab our hook. Pull up our sails and then let's catch the wind. So here we go, there we go. Keeping the little white flag at the front, up in the blue area. I think we're going to have to pull our sails in a bit just so we get past this one. And here is a buoy. Now sometimes, or quite often, where there's a buoy, there is a chest underneath. So I'll drop my hook and I'll go and have a look. So let's swim down and have a look to see if we've got anything on the bottom down here. Let's have a look around. Ah, here we go. Let's open that. Let's get back after our hook before it floats away. Let's attach it to there. I'll get back up to our ship. And we'll get that reeled in. Let's have a look at what's out here in front of us. That sounds like our package has been delivered. Okay. Let's go see what we got out of our package. Oh, quite a lot of stuff. Here we go. Let's just get that on the hooks here for now. There we go. And let's carry on sailing. Let's put the sails up once we're past that thing. There we go. Right, let's... Oh, it's difficult to keep it in position. Let's go see if we can start the engines again. Get some steam up. Back. There we go. Probably can't get much faster than that with steam engine and sails at the same time. The thing is, you've got to keep fueling the engine. Well, looks like we've hit something. Very, very stormy weather. And it looks like the storm has damaged our sails. So rather than risk damaging the sails in the storm again, we'll just keep fueling the furnace. There we go. Oh, our boiler's getting very hot, look. So let's get that cooled down. Have a sip of my tea while we're on our journey. And we've just run out of fuel again. Okay, more fuel. So I think running at a steady pace actually allows you to be more economical with the fuel you have on board. Still good for now, so we'll move this down there. Ocean's getting quite deep. Repair our engine. Yes, we do. Let's keep up that head of steam. Keep ploughing onwards. I think I'm kind of glad I don't have sailing as a hobby if this is all the work it involves. I'm sure they have more than one pair of hands on a ship to do all of this stuff. Well, we must have about ridden out the storm by now. There we go, some clear weather ahead. Nothing down below, but is there anything in front? Let's just give that boiler a cool while we're here. Ahead of us. Come on, we need to get there. I guess it's like any journey. There are boring little bits in the middle where there's nothing to do apart from look around and admire the scenery. It's a really chill game, Alpha. There's another game I played a long time ago that was free on PlayStation Plus as well, and I think it's just called either Journey or The Journey. And when I saw this game and looked at a couple of videos for it, I thought, oh, it plays, pretty similar. It's simple mechanics, it's simple gameplay. I don't want to say it's a spiritual feeling to the game, but it's interesting that it doesn't have to be incredibly complicated to be a good game. This is so simple, it's unbelievable. Although some of the puzzles are rather complex and do get you stuck at times. But here we go. We're on a new level. In fact, what we're going to do first is we're going to just check underneath the water, make sure there's no treasure chests down here for us. Let's have a look. No, not there yet. It looks very deep, and I think this is where we actually yeah, spoiler alert, I think this might be the place that we actually turn into a submarine, because it's not just a boat. Think Captain Nemo, 20,000 leagues under the sea. So, up a ladder. a long way up a ladder, and trust me, in real life I would not trust a ladder like this, tied up with bits of rope and tied to the side of a giant cliff face, to I wouldn't trust it with my life. Okay. We need... Right, so we've got a repair box here again, we've got a button, we've got a lever. The button turns the crane around. But I'll take you, in fact no, we'll release the lever first, and I'll take the hook with me to show you. So we'll take the hook. We're going to head up here. We're going to go... I did Nightmare Circle 5. I've had a couple of attempts at Nightmare Circle 6 with randoms, and to be frank, it wasn't worth the effort. But I've not had the time to get in with the fleet guys to try a few more Nightmare Circles. I know that Armageddon hit Nightmare Circle 5 last night, which is great. I just wish we could have done a few more together. Right, big puzzle, but good puzzle, because, again, all the mechanics to this game are similar. It's intuitive, it teaches you as you move along. So we're going to attach that vacuum hose there to this, which is going to take us up here. Now, as you can see, that button is too high for us to reach, but the ladder isn't. So, go all the way to the top and pull the lever. I think this is potentially some kind of a wind farm from the past, but you'll see that it winds down. To bring that switch within the reach of the height that we can jump. Excuse me while I enjoy my Kit Kat. So now we have our next module here, and what we need to do is to bring that platform down, which means turning our vacuum into a pump. And by filling it with water, it makes it heavier and will make it go down. Little bit of physics there for you. Yeah, we did, what did we do? We did normal, or easy, normal, hard. Did hard a few times to get all the stars through. And then I think we did Nightmare 1 and Nightmare 2. And then a night later we went on a Nightmare 3 and Nightmare 4 for World of Warships Legends. Right, here we go. Container hooked up. Now we need to get back to our crane. Do. Just put that there. First thing we're going to do is wind it in. Is it coming? There we go. Now we need to lower it. Guess that's the other way for lowering. Okay, I guess we've got to hold this one then. And that will lower this all the way down to our ship. So that is our next module. And as I said, you don't actually take fall damage in this, so look, I can throw myself off a cliff and I'll eventually hit the bottom, and all he does is drop whatever he was carrying. So we'll just take this inside and hang it up. Yeah, I think my best was, I think I'd got 115 torpedo hits. I think I did put the video online. But we're gonna put our next module in, which turns us into a submarine. Yeah, I think there's 115 torpedo hits and I think 860 something thousand damage. I know there's people who've gotten over 1 million damage on the nightmare mode, but hey, good for them. Damage isn't everything. But we got a new module added to our ship on this one, and it is the bit that turns us into a submarine. Now, for a submarine to go up and down, you need to be lighter and heavier, and that's where this comes in, because this is going to become our submerge and surface valve. So, to submerge, what we need to do is to flood the tanks. And we will sink to the bottom. Now, depending on how far forward or backwards that is will depend on how quickly you rise or sink. But here we go. Some beautiful schools of fish down there. Let's go down a little bit more, I think. Because I can see some fuel there. So let's go pick that up first. I think it was across here by the looks of it. There we go, 2. Try not to get slapped by the hatch. Don't want to lose that. But yeah, World of Warships Legends is losing its shine for me a little bit. I still enjoy playing it. I've had a few thoughts for a couple of videos for World of Warships Legends. But it's going to take some putting together, and that's going to take time. And at the moment, in fact, what I'm going to be doing a little bit later this afternoon is trying to finalize a job application for a new post that's being created at work, which is, dare I say it, it's basically my job with some additional bells and whistles on it. But those bells and whistles mean that there's management responsibility, and obviously during my army days I've previously worked as a manager, but it's whether or not the people that are interviewing deem me suitable. Now I think that that is the position that I have to push against to break this over. So let's give that a go. So it's going to be a lot more hard work if I'm successful. And that begs the question of whether or not I'm going to have as much time as I used to be producing content for World of Warships Legends. Right. Let's see if we can get full steam ahead here. Because I think we need to batter and ram this. I think we need to batter and ram this. We do indeed. But yeah, it's I've obviously been supporting a number of software systems at work for some time and liaising with the developers and things to keep those maintained. Oops, don't bump anything. And it's been a lot of hard work. We've had some amazing projects over that time. The key project that I'm most happy with having done is writing the business case and everything to replace our core systems, and that's been done over the last few years. But I was unsuccessful, even though I wrote the business case for the project, in not being appointed as the project manager. There were reasons for that, namely they couldn't afford to pay somebody to do my job for a period of well, it's been 3 years now. Let's have a look at what we've got here. Have a quick look around. Anything? Nothing. Okay. Don't want to go up, we want to go down. Now let's get some full steam ahead again. But sometimes the way they write it, a job description where we work, it's kind of it puts one person, although anybody can apply for it, it often puts one person in a prime position for it. And even with the experience and knowledge that I've gained over the last 17 years of working where I do, and the last 8 years of doing the job that I do, there are a couple of things that have been written into the job description that which may exclude me or give them preference over another person, which would be disappointing, given how hard I've worked to try and put myself in the right position for this job for so many years. And I said one of the jobs that I did led to the award of an IT service contract for £1.2 million over 5 years, completely changing the way in which we use our management systems. And another piece of work that I did, for those that are in the UK, we have a thing called an energy performance certificate for every property, which shows how energy efficient it is. And the data held by central government is not always accurate, and we do submit our data every so often for them to update their records. But when it comes down to bids and funding for things, central government want you to be absolutely 100% in what you're asking for. So I did an exercise. Of data matching over 7,500 properties and matching the energy performance data, or showing where there were differences in the data that was held by ourselves or central government. And that allowed them to gain funding towards the social housing decarbonation, or from the social housing decarbonation fund, for £1.8 million. So for me, the task that I was given was basically to get a load of data and do all the data analysis, interpretation, matching and everything like that. But doing that job gave my manager the ability to put in a bid for funding, and that in turn leads to huge quality of life changes for many of the people who live in the homes that we provide. So pulling a load of data out and, you know, I don't want to say playing with a load of spreadsheets, but doing all the data manipulation, the data cleansing, the data analysis and the data matching, you know, it's a lot of hard work. And it was 2 weeks of very, very hard work. But that, you know, in turn has led on to much bigger things that, as I said, improves the quality of life for so many other people. And that's an achievement I'm proud of. And, you know, to a lot of people where I work, it's just, oh, all he's doing is playing with spreadsheets. It's not just playing with spreadsheets. There's a lot more to it than just playing with spreadsheets. I know that much for sure. So I'm in the process at the moment of teaching myself some skills in Microsoft Power BI. I'm only just beginning to cut my teeth on it and learn a few different things about it. But we are picking up those new skills, and if I'm successful in getting this job, it's a set of skills that I'm sure will benefit not only myself but also the organisation in the future. So I'm hopeful. And I didn't put that engine into full stop, did I? No, I didn't. There we go. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I just welcome the opportunity, because for any post where I work, if you take up a new post, you have to serve 6 months probation. And basically there have been so many internal reorganisations in the time that I've worked for this organisation that I think I have had to apply for and re-interview for what was technically my own job. And I think it's 8 times, because there are so many reorganizations and restructures, but it's a bit more stable now, and there are a lot of benefits to working where I work. We're currently trialing a 4-day working week, which central government don't actually like. However, the productivity of the staff has increased. We're actually doing more in 4 days than we were in 5, and it seems to be that people having that extra day to themselves it's increasing the quality of life. Oh yes, data presentation is absolutely key. I mean, give you an example. When I was being asked to make systems do things that they couldn't actually do due to either technical limitations or contractual limitations, so we say, where suppliers weren't exactly friendly with each other, and either one wanted to take full responsibility or the other one didn't want them to have responsibility for some actions in supporting our systems, and so we were left a bit like piggy in the middle, and that put us in a quite difficult position. And so I was said, you know, okay, why won't this work? You know, why won't it happen? Why can't you make this work for us? And I said, you know, look, technically it's possible. However, because we're managed by so many different suppliers that they are in competition with each other, and therefore, you know, don't want to help each other out. And so I got asked, you know, okay, what do we need to do? And I said, well, you know, best thing is single supplier, single solution, but that means bringing in other departments internally on board, and we may see some objections to that. But I went away and I wrote a 14-page business case covering the market, the suppliers, the environment, the systems, software and support that was available to us, and how we could bring that all together to, you know, improve the services that we provide. And I thought that would just be looked at and then ignored. But it didn't. Somebody actually took notice of it and said, okay, put me together a presentation. So I put together a presentation and I presented that to a number of managers, and was told by the director that they actually wanted this to be shown to a management team. Can I get that hand up? And so after presenting it to a management team, the executive management team, we were then directed to go out to tender, which is where this entire exercise came from. And so obviously a very long tender process, writing, you know, all of the scoping documents, technical scope, all that kind of thing. So a lot of hard work went in there. There were a number of teams formed to support it, and obviously I was part of that, the scope, the tender and the award. And so again, a lot of hard work, no pats on the back, but I can do without pats on the back as long as there is some form of recognition somewhere along the line. So as I said, it would be nice if, given all the hard work that I've done over the last 8 years, would be recognised, and they would give me the opportunity to at least give this job a go for 6 months. Because after 6 months, if they aren't happy with my performance, they can basically send me back to my old job. And that'll be fine, you know, just give me the chance. Don't just, you know, ignore me for the sake of one piece of policy, perhaps, that I haven't had to deal with in my existing job, but it is a policy that I can work with and work to and understand. I mean, when you consider the jobs that I've held in the past, certainly during my military career, the environments that I've worked in, and the situations and circumstances that I've had to work in over my career, to say that I'm adaptable is probably a huge understatement. Right. I didn't go to college. I didn't go to university. I joined the army at 16 and a half. And I learned from the University of Life. Right, let's just have a quick look around here. That is a door, which means that now we've moved that chest, we can come down here because there is a button to push. There we go, we get lights. I said, I don't think you could drown in this. But there is a door opening for us. soon as the camera puts us back at a decent angle. So let's get some steam up. I'll put that in there too. We'll get some steam ahead. So yeah, so basically later on today and this evening and tomorrow I'll be spending it finishing and polishing my application for this new role. The interviews will be held in mid-November, and I expect that the post will likely start sometime in December. So it's my birthday at the end of November. So yeah, it would be a nice birthday present, that's for sure. Right, what have we got out ahead of us? I need more tea. Is what I need. So let's get... Is that here? Do we need to go down a bit? Let's have a look. Let's have a look down before we go up. Are we going down or are we going up? Okay, it doesn't look like we're going down. So let's have a look. This is a tunnel, so I guess we're going down and through. Because I don't think there's anything up. Let's have a look. It looks to be just a cliff. Yep. So we're going to go down. So let's put ourselves... Periscope depth number 1. That looks to be good. Let's get some steam into the engine. And then let's get some motion. Make sure we're not gonna bump that sail as we go through here. We'll keep an eye on the bottom for some extra junk we can burn, hopefully. Bring it up a little bit. There is an achievement for navigating some of the other bits. If it's easy to remember my birthday if you're a nerd, because I share the same birthday, literally in day, month and year, as Pong, which is the 29th of November 1972. Where's our repair kit? Because that looks like it might be broken. No, we're good. Tell you what we haven't done in a while. We haven't watered the flower. So to water the flower we need to disconnect our submarine hose, flip the handle, all that time we were underwater, our sunroof was open here for the flower. I'm surprised we didn't flood. Let's get some water on it. we might be due another puzzle soon. Full steam ahead, Captain. Nothing down there. What have we got out ahead of us now? Right, let's get a couple of these other things under the hooks. Just to keep the fuel conveyor active. Quick look down below. The ship will stop if you get too far away from it. There we go, I heard it stop. So we should be able to catch it now. Keep going. Keep the boiler cool. I'm sure there was much more music in the game before, and it was quite calming and soothing. I'm really not very good at keeping plants. I either underwater them or overwater them, but this thing should actually grow. More power! Full steam ahead! Come back. We must be nearly there. We must be near another checkpoint soon. Nothing down there, but what's up here? Yes, here we go. Here is another checkpoint. Right. Bear with me for 5 minutes, because I'm just gonna have a quick smoke. We'll just save our fuel there. I'm just gonna have a quick smoke, so bear with me for 5 minutes, and we'll get back on to this next puzzle challenge, so stick around. For those that haven't yet commented in the comments, please do. If you're new here, let me know where you or who you are and where you're from, and whether or not you've played this game yourself and how you found it. So I'll be right back. Right, I'm back. I just remembered I've actually got a vape here, so instead of having a cigarette, I can keep my vape handy and keep those cravings at bay. But let's get back into the game for the next puzzle, because I think this one's a bit more difficult than some of the others. Let's see. Now, was it an under or was it an over? I think this one was an under. Let's have a look. Yeah, so we go under. You're from the northwest? Whereabouts in the northwest are you? Because I'm down in Cambridge, but I'm originally from County Durham. I ended up settling down here when I left the army because I had a job to go to, but I didn't have anywhere to live. And some very kind friends put me up for quite a number of years till I got settled, and then I rented rooms in people's houses for quite a while. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Before I was eventually able to get my own place, and in between that, all that time and now, I'd had a marriage, I'd had a rather expensive divorce, and that music always freaks me out. Right, this one is one of those games where there's a strong wind and you can only make it across when the wind isn't blowing. So here we go. And what we have to do is hold on there because the wind's going to come again. Preston, Lancashire. Isn't it? Lancashire? But yeah, I'm originally, well, I was born in London, but then grew up in the northeast of England in County Durham, then left home at 16 and a half and did a year as a junior soldier before being posted off to Germany back in 1991. And no sooner had I arrived in Germany than I went to training for Northern Ireland. Oh, this is a hard one, this one. Right, here we go. So try and remember this one, because this one took me a long time to figure out. The first thing we need to do is we can either push that there, we need to go down fuel elevator, but yeah, I went pretty much straight out to Northern Ireland. I barely turned 18. I was 18 in the November, and in the January I was in South Armagh, which is a beautiful place, you know, beautiful countryside, but not so pleasant when there are people who would quite happily see you shot or blown up. So yeah. And oh, can I get on that? Yes, there we go. Oh, was there a button? Hang on, was there a button down here for that elevator? No, there wasn't. Okay. So yeah, so I did Northern Ireland in 1991. I then went back out to Germany, and then we went to Northern Ireland. I was serving with an artillery regiment. Not there. Here. That should give us some fuel. and I went back out to Northern Ireland to West Belfast in 1994. And then in 1996 there was a compulsory transfer of military clerks to the Adjutant General Corps, and I then went away from the artillery to serve with the Signals Brigade. Right, this puzzle here, the bits I've just done, attach the fuel to the elevator, click the elevator 4 times to fill up the fuel thing beside us, the furnace, and then if you look, I'm keeping the arrow in the thing. Oh, we've just reset the boiler. Hang on. I didn't mean to do that, I got too hot. So we're going to have to try and keep that cool. But we need to keep it in the blue region so that we can power the door. It's almost there. I'll tell you something, the army has a lot of support for people with dyslexia and other, you know, I don't want to say it's a disability, because it isn't necessarily a disability. Okay, so here we go, the door flips. And now we need to go not there but to here. We need to bump that button. That gives us our next container, which is an engine boost container for the ship. And then we got this, as Charlie would call it, a Minecraft parkour to get back to the top. There we go. We've done it. So now we go into this lift. We grab the lever. Other way. There we go. Get it the right way. Because I kind of, I don't want to say I bailed on my exams, but I'd already done all my entrance exams for the army and excelled in those, and passed. I'd been away for the time at Sutton Coldfield, so I'd passed all my entrance exams and already been accepted before I actually sat my GCSEs. So, to be honest, a lot of them I didn't put my heart into, or the amount of revision I should have, so my grades were fairly average. But, you know, I'm not a dumb person. I am, I think, of above average intelligence. But recent years have led me to believe that I perhaps also have, well, ADHD, perhaps, things like that. Hiya, Skip. To be frank, buddy, I don't think that World of Warships Legends is worth wailing on. You know, I have a lot of experience in life. I've been through many different things in my life. As I said, I served for over, well, almost 16 and a half years in the army. And to be honest, the first year of my army career, while I was a junior soldier, because you're under the 18 years of age, that doesn't count. So when you join as a junior soldier, your regular army service starts from the age of 17 and a half. So I'd been in the army for pretty much a year before the time even counted. And I was a fully trained professional soldier. You know, I knew how to march, I knew how to shoot. You know, I'd done everything through the course of basic training that every other soldier had done, and then was literally straight out on my first operational tour. a couple of months after he arrived at my first unit. To give you an example, the place that I was stationed at in South Armagh is a place called Bestbrook Mill, and there is a video out there on YouTube somewhere. It's abandoned now. It was an old cloth mill many years ago, but it is abandoned now, and there was a bunch of kids who were doing urban exploration who got inside it and went for a look around. Here we go for our engine boost module. That is in. And strangely, one of the places they went to in the building was the floor where I was accommodated. Skip, more than happy to have your division with me. If you're on PlayStation and we aren't yet friends, then feel free to send me a friend request and drop me a message. Just let me know that it is you, and I'm more than happy to add you in. Yeah, Alpha, mine's the same at the moment. I've had a few issues over the last few years because I've obviously dealt with a lot of stuff during my life, and it has in some ways. Sorry, I'm just dropping the blind because the sun was in my eyes. Some parts of it have had a negative effect on my life, but I've kind of lived with and managed it as best as I can. Hey, look, our flower's growing. But there are times that it can be a struggle. I used to be a very social animal with a lot of friends. I'd be out on Friday nights. Yeah, Skip on Xbox. Just search for TZW space Tonic. Because I do have the Xbox app on my phone for Xbox friends. Right, let's just quickly get into this bit, because what we need to do here is, like we had the maximum boost to power up the gate, we now need to do the same here. So where we've got the blue area on the dial, we need to be in that area to build up the boost for our ship / submarine. So let's get that going. At maximum power. But yeah, I've had a lot of difficult times in my life, and whereas I've coped with the majority of it, at times it's difficult, and I have to look away for a little bit of help every now and then. Oh, we're out of fuel. We're out of fuel. Come on, don't power down. So here we are, we're building that blue line up at the front of the ship, and there's a switch all the way at the front there, and when we get up to power we'll be able to boost through this barricade. But yeah, as I was saying, I don't have money to whale World of Warships Legends. I don't feel that a lot of stuff in that game is actually value for money. When you consider that most people can buy a full game for 50-60 quid, paying 50-60 quid for one pixel boat is ridiculous. So here we go, we push the switch, we run the boost, and we're through. There we go. So if I give you some figures, right? Now I'll tell you that currently, right, I earn £40,000 a year doing what I do, which by any measure is actually quite a decent salary. Okay, I've worked where I work for 17 years. I have worked very, very hard at what I do. When I was in the army, I was a sergeant. I was making around £34,000 a year, and then when I left the army, it's literally like going back to the beginning and starting again. So my first year out of the army, I earned £16,000, and that was it. Right, I'm 51, or coming up on 51 years old now. And I had to start off in entry-level IT support to basically get a foot in the door and start another career. And I've done that, and I've been successful at that, and now I'm looking at further on that progression with this new post that I'm applying for. And all I can do is keep my fingers crossed and hope that people are gracious enough to continue their investment in me and put their faith in me that I can deliver for them going forwards. Let's get this ship going full sail. No, full steam ahead. There we go. The wind's changing. So yeah, so as I said, I make a decent salary, but the cost of living crisis, plus I'm shared ownership, so I pay rent and a mortgage. I'm obviously a separated dad, so I pay a significant amount of child maintenance. There's the distance I have to travel, not to work, but I live around 16 miles from where my son lives, so you know, I have that trip to do a few times a week. So there's a fuel cost, there's a cost of owning and running a car, and if I put it into real world figures, into my house, into my bank, I make around £2,400 a month. Now out of that £2,400 a month, my disposable income, and this is before I put fuel in the car, food on the table and clothes on mine and my son's back, right, I have to live off around £150 a week, and I generally spend around £65 to £70 on groceries. It's normally around £30 a week on fuel for the car, and so I don't have a lot of money left over. Any month basically. You know, Christmas is coming up, and I've literally been living off soup, sandwiches and stew over the last couple of months to be able to put some money away to be using it at Christmas for gifts for my son, for my daughters in Holland, you know, for friends and family, or most directly from family, because I don't really have many friends outside now, because I can't afford to go out and have Friday nights out drinking and things like that, because I'm about 8 miles from Cambridge, but to get a taxi into Cambridge is about 20 quid on the way in, and to get a taxi back from Cambridge after a night out is closer to 30 quid. And when you consider what I have to live off, I haven't got £50 to throw onto 2 taxi journeys. It's as simple as that. Where's my sail going? Come on, sail. Give me some extra speed. Let's lock that there. We'll go pump the engine, give us some more speed. Hey, look, we're almost up to an engine boost. Let's see if we can do an engine boost again. I think we're getting up to temperature on the... yeah, there we go. Oh, there you go, we're up to speed for an engine boost. Talk about... this is like hitting 88 miles an hour in a DeLorean, for those that are old enough and know the reference. Oh, there we go, we just wrecked our sails. Okay, we got a buoy. Right, that means We need to put that fire out and stop the boat. Because I want to check for... I want to check for a treasure chest. Let's check for a treasure chest down here. If we can go deep enough, or is it too deep for us? Is there anything down here for us? There is. I'm sure, yes. Here we go. I knew there was something down here. So yeah, for me spending on World of Warships Legends, I take what I can for free. The things that I see value in that game are paying for Admiralty backing for the campaign. Where's my ship gun now? There we are. So we're going to have to... Because basically you're paying around £8 and you're going to have to play for the month and achieve all of the objectives for the campaign. But what it does give you is a ship that Wargaming suggests is worth £70 for 1/10 of the price. So it's around £7.99 or £8, something like that, to buy Admiralty backing for the campaign. And that to me is worth the money. Buying the Admiralty backing, because you get those extra missions that mean that you can pretty much complete it within 4 weeks. But if you don't get all the maximum mission completions, you can complete it at the start of the... Yeah, I finished it at the start of the 4th week there. So basically you can probably finish it within 4 weeks, if not at the latest, the beginning of the 5th week. And that gives you access to a ship, you know, tier 7, 8 premium. Bureau projects are generally free, and that gives you a legendary level ship. So that in itself, I think, is value for money. The only issue you've got to deal with there is people who are fairly new to the game and who lack commander's inspiration, skill or knowledge in playing the game out there at legendary tier. Is this thing actually coming up? Is it coming up? I hope it's coming up. Yeah, it looks like it's coming up. I mean, for me, I really think you should be restricted to buying premium ships that are... I think you should have to have at least 2 lines of tech tree ships of the class of ship you're going to buy. So if you want to buy a premium battleship, then you've got to have 2 tech tree battleship lines up to tier 5. You know, there needs to be some limitation on it, but Wargaming are never going to limit people from spending money in the game, and that is an idea for one of the videos that I want to produce for the channel. It's an informative video, but I'll discuss it a little bit now, because when you think about it, okay, a lot of people say that Wargaming don't care about the player base. All they're interested in money. So if you think about the player base as a pyramid, the people that have been in the game for a very long time are the very top of the pyramid. There are very few people, I think, who persevere and stick with the game for a very, very, very long time. You've got the people who have been playing regularly for a couple of years, who are, let's say, the next level down. And then you've got the people who did play regularly, but perhaps others not so much. They drop in and out of the game depending on what the campaign is or what the events are and things like that. So the bottom end of the pyramid, which is the thick end of the pyramid, the widest part where the majority of the player base are, is new players, people who are newly discovering the game. Now, the longer this game goes on, the more people are going to be playing catch-up. So the people who come in at the bottom of the pyramid, who are fairly new to the game, see people playing all these premium ships at higher tiers and realise that their tech tree ships aren't necessarily as good, and they want to be as good as those premium ships. So what do? They open their wallet and they go out and they buy a premium ship, not realising that it takes much more than just the purchase of a ship to make them a good player. It takes knowledge, understanding, and experience to become good at the game. And the key way to do that is to play through the tech tree and learn how the different nations... In fact, we're not going to put that sail up because the wind's blowing in the opposite direction. Bum, 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 bum. We are going full steam ahead, aren't we? Yeah. So it really needs to encourage people to play through the tech tree lines. And I would go so far as to saying that apart from earning global XP to give you the ability to buy a ship with global XP, I think if they were to put a premium ship in as a reward for completing, let's say, 2 tech tree lines to tier 5, and then again for completing 2 tech tree lines to tier 7. Come on, we want to go down. We want to be out of that storm. Oh, furnace. Damaged it. Looks like we have. So yeah, perhaps give people an incentive for working through the tech tree lines by giving them access to a premium ship for researching a couple of the tech tree lines. I think that would be a brilliant way to encourage people to explore and play and research the tech tree lines of ships, because I think it would give them a much better knowledge of how to play the game. But Wargaming, all their games are allegedly free to play, but they all cost money. How much you spend is up to you, and I don't encourage people to spend too much money on the game, to take what they can. It's a rare occasion that I buy crates. I did say in a video the other day that the time that I normally buy crates is Black Friday, and that's because of shadow camos, because I like the shadow camo on my destroyers, and it's even good on some of the bigger ships, and I'll explain why. Because if you think of the damage model and how you can get damage saturated and areas of your ships turn black, if you are running a shadow camo on a ship, then people can't necessarily see where your ship is saturated with damage, and that means they might keep shooting at the same bit of your ship. and not realise that you're damage saturated and they're not actually doing too much damage to you and shoot somewhere else on your ship. So it works for big ships. It's not so much for destroyers. For destroyers, it's just like, it's like having an F-117 stealth fighter. You know, it's black and it's dangerous. I need to go out and repair that sail. And we've just run out of steam again. Come on, give me the fix. Give me the fix. Let me just get in here and repair this. There we go, that's just run out. Do. More fuel on the furnace. And let's get full steam ahead. There we go, that should keep us going. But yeah, it's like they've gated the campaigns now with tech tree ships required to progress the research, and I think that's a good thing. I think it should have been implemented from the start. It was a good idea from Wargaming to have perhaps legendary tier ships, but it was poorly conceived and poorly implemented, and unfortunately the community has suffered because of that, because you have those inexperienced players at legendary tier. It can make it incredibly frustrating sometimes when you've got players with barely a few hundred hours. You know, you can tell from their trophies that they don't have legendary captains, they don't even have level 16 captains, that they haven't got, you know, 100 battles played in battleships or destroyers or cruisers. You know, and you think, why are you in legendary tier? You know, it's every other video game I've ever played, it's about progression. The more you play through the game, the more you progress, the more powerful your character gets, the more abilities or weapons or skills you unlock as you go along. And yet Wargaming just give people direct access to the absolute highest tier of the game. I don't want to go up yet, do I? No. There's still a storm up there. Can still hear it. And we're almost out of fuel, I think. So when I started playing the game, I started off, you know, with those tier 1 and 2 cruisers, and managed to progress through the first few sort of little levels and things, and then I realised I liked playing destroyers, so I started exploring the skills and looking around and asking a few questions about what potentially I should be looking at in way of commanders and inspirations. And I got to, you know, I played the ships, I learned the ships, and I learned how best to play the ships. You know, by any measure, I'm not the greatest player in the game, but I'm certainly not the worst. Not by a long chalk. Let's just get that engine cool again. Let's get an engine boost on. See, look, my roof's open there. My roof's open here, but we're not drowning. We're there yet, Dad? Okay, we're out of the storm. We can surface. But yeah, I took the time to play up the tech tree, to explore the ships that I was playing, to get good with the ships that I was playing, to learn the maps, to learn the attributes of the ships that I was playing against, and build up my knowledge of the game. I'm not one of those players that goes as far as is knowing exactly what caliber in millimeters every single gun on every single ship is, what the bow plate, side plate, armor is on every single ship, which ships I can penetrate, over penetrate, and things like that. Let's just stop here a second. You know, I don't go into that level of detail on the game. What I do is I use what knowledge I've earned to figure out how best to play the ship that I'm in. Right, there we go. Okay, we've got another container there. So we need our hook. But I try to share some of that knowledge in the videos as I play, little tips and tricks on how to give yourself an advantage over an opponent, little skills on how to improve your gameplay. Prime example would be what was the video I call it? Hacksaw Rage, which is where I couldn't take the capture point, but what I was able to do was to get, you know, I was in the daring. I managed to bait the enemy daring into coming after me and disposing of him. But then I still had a Yamato and a Tulsa, the radar cruiser. That was, what's his name? Desmond? Is it Desmond Doss, who was the Medal of Honor winner that the movie Hacksaw Ridge is based upon. But I wasn't able to push the cap. But I did what I could to try to force him into basically focusing on me and not the rest of the team. And by doing that, it meant that he wasn't focusing all that HE spam and burning my team down, and it gave them the chance to push in across the map and basically help to take care of him. The Yamato, you know, was taken out because he knew otherwise he was going to be in front of me and he was going to get burned down. I was very unlucky not to get the kill on that Yamato and turn that into a Kraken game. But I'd rather have a win than a Kraken, a high caliber, and a Confederate. Any day of the week, I'd rather just have the win, and I'd rather teams would play for the win instead of everybody playing for themselves. You know, everybody complains about the team, but what they have to remember is that they are also part of that team, and they need to open their eyes as to what is going on around them, but not only what's going on around them, but what is going on around the map that may affect them. And that's it's where my analytical mind comes into it. You know, I've worked in operations, intelligence, logistics, administration, finance, you know, information technology. I've worked in so many different areas in my time. I just need to dip below the water here because otherwise I'll touch this bridge. Here we go. What's going on here? Why can't I? Oh no, we needed to go up, not down. Okie dokie, so let's go up. So yeah, so every game that I'm playing, at the start of the game, I'm having a look to see which ships I'm up against. You know, who's got radar, who's got sonar, who's a gunboat, who's a torpedo boat. You know, what's their concealment likely to be? What builds might they be running? How can I counter that to give myself an advantage over them, or to keep myself safe? And I will have that in mind as I enter a battle. And I'll always be keeping an eye on the minimap to see what is going on around me, so that I'm ready to react to or respond to something happening elsewhere. I put a video out last night, which was called Split Them Then Hit Them, and that was a game that I played with an American friend. Young Chopper 321, and I think that was played yesterday or the day before at lunchtime. And normally, if you see a division in a game, I always say that people should try to play a balanced division of, let's say, destroyer, cruiser, battleship. Yep, that's probably the best, to have a balanced division. Now, can I go back this way? No, I can't go back that way. Why can't I go back that way? Because I need to push this. There we go. But yeah, if you see a division on the enemy team and you're a destroyer, then good practice is to go out and to spot one of those ships that is in division. Because if you do that, you can generally figure out where those other two ships are. So if there's a battleship in a division, he's going to be the first one that you spot, and then based on where the battleship is, what direction he's heading in and what speed he's going at, you can probably work out where the other two ships in the division are going. And that is a good one, because if you can get people to focus division ships down, then it limits the ability of that division to basically give the rest of your team grief. Having two ships that are... I'm just trying to think if I've done the right thing here. Hang on. If you've got two ships going against you, it's a lot less effective than having three ships going against you. Let's go down a bit. Little bit more, little bit more. That should do it. So yeah, if you take a ship out of a division, you can make the division less effective and therefore make the enemy team less effective as well. And that can, in turn, give your team an advantage. If you're not paying attention to the minimap, then you might find yourself getting crossfired. You might find that you're not in range to support somebody. So it really is. It's a tactical thinking game, but unfortunately I think a lot of people spend the majority of the game staring down their gun barrels at one target or at one or two targets, and that is about it, and they don't recognize the bigger picture in the game. Now, not everybody is out to play it seriously. I know some people just are out there play casually, but a lot of people don't understand even the basic mechanics of the game, and that can be frustrating as well. Somebody who doesn't understand that your call for help means that if you're in a battleship and you call for assistance and you're low health, some people might not realise that means that you're running will to rebuild, and that actually you could help them stay alive. The number of times I've basically looked at what was going on and changed what I was doing to try and support a battleship that's been running will to rebuild. I've saved games with that move before they nerfed will to rebuild, because you can sail along beside a battleship undetected and literally keep them on life support and get them through, the next 2 or 3 salvos from a red team battleship. That just gives them the chance to kill that red ship and it can, as Wargaming say, it can turn the tide of battle quite literally in knowing the mechanics of the game and how you can support your team and your teammates. Even sailing beside a cruiser that's running like, is it fully packed that gives them the extra range? You know, you can support a cruiser and give them that extra 5% range boost that might let them get another fire on the battleship that's hanging at the back of the map. That can burn that battleship down. So many battleships seem to understand, or seem not to realise, that a smokescreen is of no use to them whatsoever the second they pull the trigger on their guns. And the number of battleships that go, set a smokescreen, set a smokescreen. And if I'm in a British destroyer, obviously those smokescreens are even less used to them, because they last about, what, 45 seconds, something like that, which is barely enough time for them to fire a salvo and get a reload in. As I said, if they fire a salvo from inside that smoke screen, you know, they're spotted straight away. There's no point in it whatsoever. Cruisers, on the other hand, different story. I've run smoke screens. Let's say something like the Sumner, run a long smoke screen into a cap and let a cruiser follow me in and use that smoke screen and stay hidden, ready to, you know, light up radar or sonar to detect a red team destroyer and get it off the map. That is a beautiful tactic to use, absolutely beautiful, as long as they don't fire their guns and get themselves detected, you know, early in, or get themselves torpedoed in a smoke screen. But the game I played with Young Chopper, reason I called it Split 'em and Hit 'em is because him being in a battleship meant that he would be easily spotted, and my thinking was, if somebody is looking for me as a destroyer, they're going to think that I'm somewhere near him in his battleship. So that actually gives me the opportunity to do something else and head away from him and go through the middle of the map, take a capture point, and then push round and come through behind the enemy team. And then there were 3 ships that had pushed a flank, and in coming round behind them, I forced those 3 ships to turn around and come back to try and take care of me. And I managed to account, with a little bit of help, for 2 of those ships. And that meant that the flank that they had pushed was collapsed. The flank that they were unable to push was held by our team, and that gave us the advantage, including the capture points, to control that map and bring home a win. And it wasn't any super massive scores or anything like that. It was just a well played and well thought out game. So that one's on there on the channel now. I dropped it last night. It's called Split Them, Then Hit Them. And it's a different example of division play, because we split up rather than sticking together. But boom, let's get this sail up, because the wind is in our favour. So let's see what we can do here. Oh, we got some more fuel there that I missed. Let's get that inside. Get up ahead of steam. We've got to be near another checkpoint soon. I've enjoyed the conversation and the chat through this. So yeah, it's like a relaxing question and answer session on me and the games I play and how I play. Up here we go. Right, this one requires me to go down, I believe. So let's get down. How far do we need to go down on this one? It's a long way, I believe. I'm really glad I have a thermos mug to keep my tea hot. So still going down. We haven't got much left in the way of fuel, have we? What have we got? One bundle, 2, 3 bundles. Okay, looks like we're nearly there. Let's slow it down a little bit. Some of the atmospheric bits on this are quite nice with like the lights and things as we descend. I didn't think I was sinking quick enough there. Here we go, almost there. There is a big round door in front of us, so we'll line up with that if we can. That should be good. Let's just check. Oh, it looks like we've got some more fuel down there, so let's go get that. I would love to know how that hatch operates because it's got hinges on both sides. There we go. So I think I saw 3 there. That should keep us going for a little bit longer. Don't float away. You can only carry 1 at a time. He does put it on his back, and I thought, oh, you can pick up 2 at a time. Nope, you can't. You can only pick up 1 at a time. Right. I'm hoping that Santa Claus might bring me a new Logitech G7 is it? No, 935 headset for Christmas, because I'm currently using my original, which doesn't always work satisfactorily, because the one that I had to replace it with under warranty got broken accidentally. Right, let's go forwards. We'll keep an eye on the bottom for any more debris as we go through. In fact, we might need to come down a little bit more. Is that good? That should be good. Maybe it's a touch more down. There we go. Full steam ahead, Captain. Now, have we got a gate here? No, let's bring it to a halt. Creep forward, give us just enough room. Touch more. And stop. It's like trying to park in a narrow gap. And now we want to go up. Do a bit of Super Mario sailing through the pipes. Down a touch. Up a touch, down a touch. Pivot, pivot. So let's hold it about there. Let's get the fire going again. And full steam ahead again. Here we go. So we've been going for 3 hours and 8 minutes so far. Come up a little bit just so we get past that. Don't want to scratch the paint. That's like many of the battleship captains in World of Warships Legends. First thing they do is hit reverse, head for the back of the map. Right, we're going to have to stop here, I think. Let's come back a little bit. Right, did we see anything down on the bottom there? Anything down there? No. So we've got to go up. So let's go up a touch. And we've got another puzzle here, so let's slow it down there a little bit more. Because this had me stumped the first time I played through about exactly what I had to do. We need a little bit of steam. And forward slow. And we need to put our bottom hatch right above this and put this ship right into the cradle. There we go. So it does automate that part of it. Let's have a look here, because I think there's different things to do here. Right, we've got this thing here, but where we need to go is to follow these lights and go into this tunnel, or tube, pipe. This one is quite a clever little one. If I explain it in the way of, let's say, changing out nuclear fuel rods. So the one that is in there is spent, so what we need to do is control the crane, bring it over, there we go, you'll get the little light that tells you when you're in position. So we hit the button, it drops the crane down, and picks it up, and then the handle will become activated again. The little light comes on. We're going to go across to the left hand side. You'll see on the bottom of the screen there's little arrows that point the direction things have to go. So once that light comes on above us for the button again, we can click the button. It'll drop it down. Handle's inactive. So now the handle is active again. We go back to the other side. And so it's a little bit of a learning experience, this game, because the things that you learn to do during the gameplay all add into puzzles later in the game. So there we go, lights on, drop the crane. And now we go across to the center to replace whatever it is, a nuclear generator or something like that. And when the light comes on, there we go, we can stop and we can hit the button and it will drop that into place. Now we need to go down and we need to press this button. That will start the motors up and it will lower things into place, ready for the generator to be powered. So as soon as it lets us do that. But this generator is going to need a jump start. And to do that, we're going to use our ship/submarine. We've got some fuel here, so we can take this up. We'll get that up here ready. We'll just bring it up and then we'll take it in all together. Got to keep our own ship fueled. So I'll get this on the hooks. Where is it? Did we get it? Yep, that's one. I left those in a bit of a difficult spot really, didn't I? So where was the last one? Just up there. Did we get it? Yes, we did. Good. And believe it or not, but there was one more which we haven't picked up yet, so let's get on the hook. And that was out here down on the bottom. Somewhere there it is. So we'll get this on board. There we go. Now what we need to do is to disconnect the hose because we're going to need it to keep our boiler cool. We'll have to turn it to the hose. Now we need to fire up our furnace and we need to go maximum speed into the blue area because we need to generate, what is it, 1.8 gigawatts of power that they have in Back to the Future. So we're up into the blue zone. We keep powering, we can see the boiler getting hotter, we can see the blue line progressing. So we'll cool the boiler. We keep fuel in the furnace, keep it up in that blue zone. What we're watching for is the little push switch coming out at the end. There we go, it's out. So now we're going to jump start. There we go. So as I've explained through the game, it's quite intuitive in that the abilities and the puzzle solving as you go through the game kind of adds into the more complex puzzles the further you get through the game. Now we're going to head to the surface. This bit reminds me of that movie where the alien spaceship comes up out of the water. I can't remember what it's called now. As I've said a few times through this game, the cinematics and the imagery of the game are absolutely beautiful, and I can't imagine how many hours went into designing the environment that we play in. It's absolutely phenomenal. Right, so bum bum bum. I know there's a switch out here somewhere, but this was previously bugged, I think. Here we go, up the ladder. So now we are going to power the city. So I don't know whether this is part of the story about perhaps doing something to help save civilization and provide people with a place to live. But given that we are the only person that we have seen so far in the game, apart from a couple of animals in the background as we've gone through the levels, it begs the question, are there people still alive in this underground city that we have now powered? Lights are on, but nobody's home. That again seems to be like pretty much the World of Warships Legends player base. Right, let's get back down the ladder. Try and stop before we hit the bottom, even though there isn't any fall damage. How do we get back into our ship? Yeah, how do... Oh no, I need to go back up and jump onto the ship, don't I? Yes. Because now we need to get off this floating island. There we go, he face plants, but he picks himself up and he's absolutely fine. So the wind is in our favour, blowing full ahead. So let's get the mast up. Let's get the sail up. And let's get the sail into a position where it is going to blow us. Here we go. Down the side of the floating city and into the water. Now the question is, can we get some power into the engines too? Keep the hooks populated. let's keep our sails in the right position. So sails are good. Engine looks good. Let's go give it another boost. Get some more fuel in there. Give it a couple more pumps. Oh, it's not letting us. Does that mean we're going to be at the point for another puzzle? Reset it, there we go, and repair it. I think we may put some more water on the flowers too. Drag our hose pipe around, just soaking the floor everywhere. I'll let that one go. Battering the sails off items around us. Oh, hang on, I think I know what I need to do here. Let's just slam on the brakes. We need to check for another chest. Let's go check for another chest. Because they normally come just after the boys. But is there one down here this time? Let's have a look around. There we go. Yep, we've gone past it. But we should be able to hook that one up. As long as we can catch our ship again, of course. There we go. So we'll drop our hook. We'll get into the water. Follow it down. Grab it. And it was along here somewhere, near the chain. There we go. That's attached. And let's haul it aboard. See what it brings in for this time. Where have we got space for it? We got one space, a couple of spaces downstairs. There we go. Oh, we just got a trophy. What trophy did we get? Let me just have a quick look. Salvage Hunter, that's the one that I didn't get the first 2 times I played through, which is recovering 6 containers on a single voyage. So there we go, we got a trophy out of it. Let's put this down here. Happy with that. Now let's get our engine into full forwards. And we'll light the fires again and get going. It looks like our sails need a bit of a repair. They obviously took a battering as I was going steam and sails. Let's get up here. Hook. Cheers. Do that. Let's get our sails up. Let's lock those there. We'll put our repair can back up on a hook. There we go. Oh, almost out of fuel again. Full steam ahead, Captain. Water the plants. I don't know how much water these plants need, but they're still getting better. Keep the power up. Oh no, we're running into the risk of turning into the Titanic. Let's go down, let's get under the ice, because I don't think we're going to shove those icebergs out of the way. This doesn't look good. No spoilers. We need to be a little bit lower. We're stuck. Why are we stuck? Have I made a mistake? Ah, no, we need to go backwards a little bit. Right, hang on. So, we're going to come up. That should be good. And we're going to come backwards a little bit. And then we are going to go down a touch. We should be able to dock right there. There we go. Let's put our fire out, just so we're not wasting fuel. There we go. Restock our fuel hooks quickly. And then we'll get out of the hatch and see what our next puzzle is. A button drains the water from the chamber. Right, try and remember how to do this one now. That's broken. Takes us all. Oh, this I remember this one now. Takes us all the way to the bottom, and we have 2 water tanks. You see, if we bring the water tanks closer, they start to tip the building. But not quite enough. So we've got a water hose, and we're going to fill them with water. To help tip the building across, so we make a connection out there on the left hand side. That should be good. There we go, happy with that. So let's turn the hose to vacuum. And we'll suck the water out of that one. Where we get a hold of this. Then once that's empty, no, I don't want you on there. There we go, let that go. Because we don't want a heavy weight back on the right hand side to disconnect that thing. So a little bit of a lesson in physics here. So that should be good. Let's get our repair can, because we're going to need that to repair our lever in the lift. There we go, and that should be able to take us. But can we go down further? No, we've got to go up. Oops, and things are falling apart around us. The ice is breaking up. And it has broken our submarine loose, which is not good, because we have just lost our ship. Now, the first time I played this through, I thought it was going to be a pure Super Mario experience from now on, going through pipes. But let's just drop that. Pull this out of the way. Come on, attach to it. That's that gone. Now we've got a door to open. Bring our repair can just in case. And through here. Lever. And up we go. So we'll swim up and get back to the surface. So now we need to find our ship again. But it's very cold out here. Come on, move faster, move faster. Bunny hop, bunny hop, bunny hop, bunny hop, bunny hop. Yeah, my X button is going to get worn out on my controller. But we'll keep running across the Arctic tundra. Hopefully there won't be any. In fact, no, there's no polar bears. Are there polar bears in the Antarctic? Yes, Antarctica's got land and has got polar bears. I'm sure. Okay, here we go. Bit of platform action. Oop, it's a bit slippy, look. They got the physics right. Long jump, big jump, slide and jump and jump and jump. Now we failed. We failed again. That water's cold. So what is going to be out here in the wastes of the bitter cold? Carrying my little repair can like it is going to be the one thing that saves my life. Oh, there's some wreckages from boats. So the question is, before this big disaster happened, did people take to boats and take to the ocean thinking that it would save them? And then they all got wrecked. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Here we go. We have a door. And we fall through a hole. And we have a ladder. Oh look, there's a full repair thing there. That's awesome. So let's dump that one out there. We've got fuel as well, so let's dump that out there. Give it a nudge. And another repair can. Right. So we have a chest that we can pull. That should be close enough. Here we go. Let's get up here. So we're definitely going to need to repair something here. Okie dokie, up the mast. How much further do we have to go? We've swapped the repair can for a music box. Now, are we going to get windy bits again here? I can't quite remember. Yes, we are. And we're going to get blown backwards. So we need to get the timing right on this. As soon as the wind is low enough. There we go, right, let's get moving. As quick as you can. And now we wait for the wind to blow strong again. The little wind animation lines across the screen telling you how strong the wind is. Okay, let's go. As quick as we can again before the wind starts blowing again. Looks like it's already picking up. Can we make it? Yep. There we go. We're getting blown back again. And now we run. And fall into a crevasse. But hey, at least we've got a music box. It looks like we've got some additional fuel. push that with us. And then we find the wreckage of another ship. And sadly, somebody who was a survivor but who is sadly deceased. Made all the more sad by the fact that there's a little music box playing music. But hey, let's activate the furnace. Let's go get our other fuel. Just in case we need more. And we will get this one burning. Because what we need to do, if you see the dripping water, is use the heat of the furnace to melt the ice. So we get that one burning. And while that's burning, we'll run and grab another fuel. Keep fanning the flames. Now, is this a little bit about humans' place in causing global warming and the melting of the ice caps by burning fossil fuels? There's a question for you. Come on, keep going. How much of the ice needs to melt before we can get there? Do we think that's enough? Let's go have a look. Can we squeeze through the gap? Yes, we can. This bit had me stuck the first time because you actually need to switch back. Back out into the open air and slide. Slide down a cliff. I can't believe this guy appears to be in bare feet and we're running across frozen tundra. But here we go, we got more fuel there. We've also got another little bit of platform jumping with some more fuel and more fuel. And by the looks of it, we've made it back to our ship, so let's go back get all that fuel for our ship. Oops. Let's just chuck that there. Let's go for the furthest one again. There's 3, I think there's 2 more. one. And the last one. That's all the fuel we needed, I think. Okay, let's get it on board. Looks like we got some repairs to do as well. Whoops, back up the ladder. We got two more. That's one. And last but not least. So, do we have any hooks free down here? Yes, we do. Right, we'll get our repair box. We'll fix that. We'll fix that as well. Right. We need power. So, let's get up to power. I wonder if the sail would help as well. I know we need to fix this too. It does look like we're melting the ice around us. Breaking free from the ice. Probably need a bit more fuel and a bit more steam in those engines. Let's get the sails up. Let's lock those off there. Definitely need some fuel in there. Let's pump it up a bit. Come on. Keep the hooks filled. Let's get as much speed as we can out of this ship now. Let's keep it going. Should we water the plants just to be sure? Oh, wind's changed direction. Oh no, wind's good again. Typical. Come to fix the sails and the sails fix themselves. We are full steam ahead again. Let's give the boiler a coolant. Might be because we haven't got full steam selected. That's why. Let's go for the full engine boost. And try not to burn out the engine. Alright, time for some cooling. There we go, engine boost is active. Give the switch a push, and that'll give us a bit of a turbo. The question is, can we keep that going? Up, stormy, choppy seas again. Engine temperature's getting up. Cooler up. Let's see if we can get another engine boost out of this. Oh, no, we need to stop. We need to check for... to check for another chest, so let's check down below for another chest. Is there going to be one down here or not? That's the thing. No, the UI is very lacking. It doesn't give you speed. You've got to rely on the... Oh, there's the chest there. You've got to rely on the gauges and dials of the ship to tell you how fast you're going. Obviously with the sails, if you get both sails deployed, so I don't know if you were here earlier, it said when you've got the sails deployed, this small white sail here at the front, that one there gives you the direction the wind's blowing. So if you get both sails out, then you get the little wisps of wind behind the sails, which show you that you're getting the most power out of it. Oh, not that one. Let's just go up and repair our sails quickly. Right, there we go. We'll knock that down for the time being. So yeah, that flag will tell you if the wind is blowing in the right direction for you, and then you deploy the sails, and once you fully catch the wind with your sails, that's when the second sail will unfurl and help you. We got another hook there. Not you. This one. So, and then there is an achievement for running so far with the engine boost, and basically you've got to hit the engine boost like 2 or 3 times to get that achievement. So here we go. We're going to go down now. So it should start sinking quite rapidly. Obviously, if you're running in the blue area there of the engine gauge, so you've obviously got your speed selection here, your throttle, and then this is your engine power indication. Obviously, if you're in the blue, you generate power for the steam boost, and then your thermometer here underneath me tells you how much your engines are heating or overheating. There was a chest down here, wasn't there? Bum, 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 bum. Let's just hold that there. So where was this chest at? Was it down here somewhere? I know there was a chest here somewhere. Because I just swam down and found it. Was it up here? Yep, it's there. Right, so the question is, if it can pull chests up from below, can we pull chests from above? I've never tried this, so let's give it a go. Will it work? Or will it just break? Let's have a go. There we go. So this will be all 7 chests that are on the seabed. So here we go, we're going to wind it in. So what do we get out of this one? One? Is that it? 1? Oh well, 1 is better than none. Yeah, we may as well stick it straight in the furnace, eh? Right. So here we go, let's have a look at where we are on the cave. So let's come down a little bit more. And let's get the engine up and powered. And let's put a little bit of speed into it. So here we go, we're going down a bit. Couple more pumps on the power. Close can we get to that without bumping it? Because there's an achievement for moving through these caves without bumping anything, but the ship is like barely long enough to fit. See, now we're going backwards. But looking at the rear of the ship, we're barely clear of the rocks, and it's hard to tell if you've actually bumped anything. So going forwards, how close are we to the ceiling? We'll try and navigate through here. Ooh, wait, there's some fuel there. So let's bring it to a stop. We may as well pick that up as well while we're here. No, we're going backwards. I don't want to go backwards. I want to stop. Oh no. I dare bet that counts as a bump. Right, is that on a full stop now? Right, let's go forwards. Okay, that looks like a pretty much full stop to me. Now we can get down and pick this up. Get that on a hook. Let's do a zoom out, have a look further ahead of us. Nope, nothing there. Okay, right. This is the tricky bit. I said I don't know if I've bumped anything yet, but there is an achievement for getting through here without bumping the rocks. So let's give ourselves a half a head. So up a touch, not too quick. To slow it down a touch. The thing is, because it's two-dimensional, it's really difficult to see if you're actually close to touching. Fuel. Because you can't really zoom out far either to see what is ahead of you or what is behind you. I know where I am now. Okay, so let's bring it to a halt. We need to go down a little bit. Over there. Full stop. Now I need to go up a little bit. That should be enough. Now we need to go outside, get our crane. We can attach to our handles. Now we come after our crane. And now we need to get back up here and attach it to this. go, reel this in. And this took a little while to figure out the first time as well about what I was supposed to do. But once I had it figured out, it was very simple. So we put some engine speed in. We are going to sink a little to about a little bit more. And then we're going to move a little bit forward. And we will dock. No, we didn't get quite. There we go. You just need to get close enough for the animation to kick in, and it will dock you. And then you'll see that there's those two things there attached to the exhaust from the engine. So now we need to fuel the fire. There is a hot air balloon above us. And what we need to do is to pump that hot air balloon without overheating our engine. So just to be on the safe side, we'll cool the engine. There we go. We have filled the hot air balloon full of hot air. I said there's an achievement for doing this in something like 210 minutes, which is what, 3.5 hours, but how long have we been going for now? 4 hours and 10 minutes. So I'm guessing somebody somewhere must have completed a speed run on this, and it'd certainly be interesting to see how they've done it. I'm guessing it's not stopping for chests and things like that and just going straight ahead full steam as quick as you can through the puzzles, and that's it. And not caring if they scratch the paint on your ship / submarine as you go through. But this part here is also a trophy achievement for lifting your ship over the waterfall. And now we get a puncher. So what we'll do is we'll just conserve some fuel here by putting that fire out while we're falling to the ground. I wonder if the sails will work in this configuration. Because the wind is certainly blowing in the right direction. But we are descending. We are descending. And I'm halfway up a mast, and the balloon is about to drop off. Not quite the place I wanted to be. Yep, hold on. So let's get the mast up, let's get the sail up, let's catch some wind. So there we go. As the sail goes out and the wind indicator moves to the top of the mast, you get the second sail pop. So there we go. So I'll lock the sails there, and then I'll jump in and see if I can get the engine going again for a bit of extra power. And we'll put that onto hose pipe ready to go. While that's building up speed, we'll go water the flowers again. That'll do. Let's get that up into the blue bit and go for a speed boost. And we'll cool the engine. Spray water out. No, I don't want the fire out. I want the fire on. I want full steam ahead. There we go, the switch is out. So before the engine overheats. Come on, get up there. We've not got much left in the way of fuel, I know that much. There we go, we've got the wind as well. We're doing good. We have down here 2 repair boxes, wasn't it? That was it. Oh, engine's overheating. Cool that down. Must be getting close to the engine boost again. There we go. And I'm guessing we're going to get another puzzle here. Boom, there we go. So let's put that out. And let's... And we wanted the fire out. There we go. Right. Come on. Because I believe we are getting close to the end of our journey. Sorry, what I do need to do before that is to disconnect this and drop that. And now we can go up here and do this. So, 1 fuel block is there. We put that on there. And then we're going to go up here for another fuel block. There's a stalk, so at least there is some wildlife. So the first time I did this, I loaded 1 fuel block at a time, but then I realized that you can actually load them both at the same time. They will go into the machine and give it some power. Then we need to go up here and we need to push this switch. And we are in a lighthouse. So now we can activate it. gives us a rather pretty rotational view, and you'll see that there's a switch down there just below where the lamp is, and there is a signal off in the distance on the coast, a beacon of hope. And now we give them a signal that we've seen their beacon. Which also sounds like my butt after I've been eating jalapenos. So the last of the fuel used to give ourselves an engine boost, but having to pop the masts and unfurl the sails as we sail through the last few meters of our journey. And Torsten did ask, where's the red team at? And I said, red team is there at the end. And true to my word, there is red team parked at the back of the map. But we made it. And red team's without a ship. So very much like World of Warships Legends, there's a blue team, there's a red team. But in this case, they aren't here to fight, they're here to be friends. And I have to say that the first time I played through this game, some of the puzzles were quite taxing. But in the end, the game was an experience. It was relaxing, it was beautiful, it was serene, it was testing at times. But most of all, I felt that for something that was put out free on PlayStation Plus, it was very, very rewarding for the time that I invested in it. And I've sat here today and I've played it from beginning to end with a couple of little hiccups along the way, but nothing that we weren't able to fix. So I really do hope that you have enjoyed my playthrough of Far Changing Tides. It has been a pleasure to share the experience with you. I know it's something a little bit different to what my regular viewers are used to seeing on the channel. But that is it. It is a beautiful journey, and as I said earlier, there is another fantastic game of a similar style that is just called The Journey. I'm sure it's just The Journey. And it is another of these adventures that is so simple to play and master, but is both relaxing in its gameplay, and it certainly will have you thinking. But I'm going to end the live stream here for now. I'm going to get myself a cup of tea. It is coming up to 5 p.m. So I will be going away and making myself some dinner, which is going to be a vegetable stir fry tonight. But yeah, I hope you have enjoyed it. Thanks for sticking around. Don't forget to tell your friends that they should come by and they should subscribe to the channel and listen to my wonderful David Attenborough type narration of gameplay as I go through. And I'm always happy to sit and have a conversation and talk to people as I play and answer any questions as long as they're not too personal. But that's it for now. That is the end credits. So, until next time, take care of yourselves and goodbye.